All rise.
Good evening.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. And Madam Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honours. This is case KAC BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. Yes, I will call the appearances. Madam Prosecutor, could you tell us who is present today for the Specialist Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, Your Honours. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office is represented today by Prosecutor Cesare Mihalchuk, by Case Manager Julie Mann, and myself, Silvia Dascoli, Associate Prosecutor.
Thank you. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Honours. The participating victims are represented today by myself, Brechtje Vossenberg, co-counsel, and Victims' Counsel, Annie Poes, joining us remotely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Honors. The defense today is represented by Avdi Mehmeti, investigator, by Fatmir Pelay, interpreter, investigator, and by myself, Betim Shalia, co-counsel. Also today in courtroom is and Mr. Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing before trial panel 1. Very well. Today we will hear the testimony of the defense witness 1600, Mrs. Teuta Hadri. Madam Court Officer, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom?
Okay. Okay. Good morning.
Microphone for Your Honor, please.
Mrs. Hadri, good morning, and welcome to the Specialist Chambers. Can you hear me fine?
Paul the join.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
How are you?
Mia.
I'm well. I'm well. It's not a pleasant feeling, but I'm well.
Mrs. Hadri, today we will start with your testimony. You are called to testify before the specialist chambers in the case of the specialist prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa in order to help the panel to reach a verdict. After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by the defense counsel on your right side, and you will also be asked questions by the lawyers for the prosecution yeah, I see you're nodding already on the other side, and by the counsel for representing the victims admitted to the proceedings, and in the end by the judges of the panel, yeah, as the case may be. I would like to provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that will be asked to you. So please listen carefully to each question that will be posed to you. And if you don't understand, you know, feel free to raise your hand and to ask for a question to be repeated. We want you to tell the truth and to tell us what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced, what you sensed. And if you found out in some other way, then you should say so and explain how. You may not remember all the details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember. So don't guess, don't make things up. It is perfectly fine to say, I don't know, I don't remember. Please answer the questions. If clarification is needed, you will be asked to do so. And I might interrupt you if you are deviating in your answer from what you were asked. I also remind you that you may refuse to answer questions on issues that might tend to incriminate you. Yes? Have you understood all this?
Yes, I understood all that. Thank you.
I would like to give you some practical advice for your testimony, Mrs. Hadri. Everything what we say here is translated and recorded. So it is important to speak into the microphone, yeah? To speak clearly. Yeah, very well. It's good that you adjust it for yourself. To speak clearly and to speak at a slow pace to allow the interpreters to translate everything. Yeah? You should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. And when a question is asked, this will be at the beginning, the defense, please count up in your head till 5. This is really important because these 5 seconds are essential for us to properly follow what you are saying. And when defense counsel has finished his questions, you wait those 5 seconds and then you start talking. And at the beginning, it might seem a little bit artificial, but if you don't do that, we won't be able to hear the last part of what you were saying or what the defense counsel was saying. So it's important. Yeah? If I raise my hand, please stop talking. Sometimes I will ask you to leave the courtroom if the defense counsel, the lawyers for the specialist prosecutor's office or the victim's counsel want to discuss a question that is going to be posed to you. And in order not to influence you on the content of what you will be telling us, you will be ushered out, we will discuss the matter, and then you will be brought back in. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will give you the floor in order to discuss it. Is this all clear for you, Mrs. Hadri?
Yes, thank you.
As I must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And I remind you that it is an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Do you understand that?
I understand.
Very well. Madame Court Clerk, can you please assist the witness with her solemn declaration to tell the truth?
And the judge.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Thank you, Ms. Hadri. You are now under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with your testimony, Ms. Hadri, starting with the questioning by the Defense Counsel. The panel has authorized the Defense Counsel to question witness 1600 in Albanian by email dated 19 April of this year at 17:35. Defense Counsel, you have estimated 2 hours for your questioning of this witness. And as we have been, as usual, please inform the panel if there might be a change for planning reasons, for planning purposes. You have the floor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I will inform, of course. Mirdita, zonja dëshmitare.
Good morning, Mrs. Witness. Answer. Good morning. Question. Mrs. Witness, I would like to discuss with you the events in Kosovo during 1999. More specifically, the time frame March, April of that year.
Gjatë muajit mars,
During the months of March and April 1999, do you remember where were you at that time? Answer. During April 1999, on the 1st of April, the Serb forces, just like the entire population, I was forcibly removed, expelled from my house, and just like any other citizen, I left my house by force. They had committed serious crimes in the whole territory of Kosovo since 1998. I will not explain here the crimes and events that I witnessed myself, and I am a witness to those events. These are not events that I heard of or saw of on media and television, but things that I've seen myself. So I will concentrate on.
Please answer the question. And the question was, do you remember where you were at that time? So please don't elaborate on all kinds of things. Be precise in your answers. Yes? And also wait those 5 seconds. So the Defense Counsel asks a question, you wait 5 seconds, and then you start talking. Thank you.
Yes, Madam President, since you asked me about April, on the 1st of April, I was in my house, and because of the numerous forces, I left the house. I was in the open. I did not want to join the entire population that was fleeing, but I wanted to join the fighters because I was a doctor by profession, and I wanted to help those people during the war. Question, Mrs. Witness, why are you referring specifically to the 1st of April? What made you remember this date? Answer, I remember this date because...
Please, Ms. Hadri, you really have to wait, because if not, it's very difficult to follow, and I have to be able to assess the question posed by the Defense Counsel. So if he asks you a question and you start talking right away, it's for the interpreters, that's the most important thing. It's impossible to continue the whole day like this, so you really have to wait. Please. Yes? Defense Counsel, please repeat your question, and then the witness can give her the answer.
Yes, thank you.
Question, Mrs. Witness, I will repeat the question. You mentioned the date of 1st of April as a specific date when you were forced out of your apartment. What made you remember this date? Answer: I remembered this date because it was an unseen violence and a horrible experience to leave your house and go out in the open, under the sky, as a doctor, to leave your house under pressure. And this date cannot be forgotten because I just left without anything, without clothes, without anything. I left everything in the house.
Pasi që ju dëbuan nga shtëpia, kush
Question: after you were expelled from your house, where did you go? Answer: after I was expelled from my house, I apologize.
That it's complicated and this is not a normal setting. But what I would propose for now, that you start talking when you see that I give you a nod. Yeah, so don't start talking. You look at me, and then when I nod, then you can start talking. And after a while, I won't be nodding anymore, and then I hope we will be in a certain pace of questions and answers. I understand that it's not easy.
Zonja dëshmitare, pyetja
Question: Mrs. Witness, my question was, where did you go after you were expelled from your house? Answer: after I was expelled from my house, I fled the column of people that was forced by the Serbian forces to leave towards Albania, and the reason was because I wanted to give my contribution to the war and help the soldiers. I went to the house of the professor Salih. He was alive at the time, so I went to shelter in his house.
sa keni ndajt në atë shtëpi?
Në atë shtëpi
Question: how long did you stay in that house? Answer: in that house, I stayed for only 2 or 3 days, not more than that, because the person who received me, Samipea, experienced a trauma by seeing and witnessing the population leaving their houses by force, and he died in my hands of heart attack. After his death, I went to pay condolences to, as it's tradition with the Albanian families. In his house, an owner of dairy production products came to pay his condolences to the family of Sami Pea. Since I had this great wish to go out and help people in need, I asked this person to take me to Slash, to a war area,
ku ka nevojë.
where I was needed.
Dhe u takuat me këtë person për të shkuar?
Question: did you meet this person in the war zone? Answer: yes, we met. The person had come with his wife to pay condolences, and he took me together with his wife in his car and brought me to an area where I could establish contact with our soldiers, that is, with the KLA soldiers.
A ju ka treguar ky
Question: did he tell you to which zone he wanted to take you or was going to take you? Answer:
Hearing the translation of the question when you start talking. So it's really of the utmost importance that you wait. I don't know how to tell you otherwise, but you really have to wait. Please count till 5 after the defense counsel has finished talking. If not, it gets very complicated to do this testimony. Please continue, defense counsel.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Bisogna adesmitare.
Question, Mrs. Witness, I will repeat the question. Did this person tell you in which zone or area he was going to take you? Answer, this person did not tell me where he was taking me, but since he was from Keçekol, living in Keçekol, he brought me to Keçekol, where there was a point of the army, where the army was stationed, and he handed me over to the soldiers that were manning the KLA point. Question, you mentioned Keçekol. Can you tell us where Keçekol is? Answer, Keçekol is a village that I was not familiar with at that time. It's after Grastitz. It's a sort of a mountainous area. I cannot, and I don't know how to explain it in more detail geographically. I can only say that after Grastitza comes Keçekol. Question, these two villages, Grastitz and Keçekol, do you know in the suburbs of which city they are? Answer, of Pristina. Question, thank you, Mrs. Witness. When you arrived at Keçekol, this person, did he leave you there or did he continue the journey with you?
Ky person
Answer, this person left me there in the hands of the KLA soldiers that were on the checkpoint. Himself, together with his wife, he went back to his house and I never met him again. Question, did you stay afterwards in Keçekol? Answer, we did not stay in Keçekol. The soldiers took me and brought me to an area next to Keçekol. I don't know where it was, but it was called the zone of the Skifterite. They checked my identity from my documents and took all the details that they needed. Question, and what happened afterwards, after they carried out the check of your identity? Answer, after they carried out the check of my identity, they called the center or the base, as they called it, and informed them that a doctor for Pristina has arrived, a specialist, to help with health issues in the war area. Question, after they called by phone the headquarters, as you said, what happened afterwards?
Can you repeat the question again, because I lost it?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I understood. Question, I need to repeat the question, Mrs. Witness. After they spoke on the phone and after they had identified you, what happened next?
pastaj pasi
Answer. After he informed the base, as he was referring to it by phone, those from the base told him, bring her here because there's a great need for health services here. So they took me by car to an area which I didn't know at the time and which was called Slash. Question. Thank you, Mrs. Witness. You said they took me by car to the area they called Slash. When you say they, who are you referring to?
po mendoj për atë
Answer. I'm referring to the soldiers at the checkpoint. One of them came and another from the area of Skifterite, and they accompanied me to the area where the destination was. The destination to hand me over.
Zonja dëshmitare, a ju kujtohet koha nga momenti kur keni lshuar Prishtinën,
Question. Do you remember from the moment you left Pristina, fled Pristina, to the moment you arrived in Slash, how much time did you need? How much time passed in between?
po prej Prishtinë
Answer. As far as I remember, from Pristina to catch a call, it took about half an hour. From catch a call to Slash or Skifterite, I think it was not more than 15 or 20 minutes by car.
kur mbrit në Zllash.
Question. When you arrived in Slash, the two soldiers that escorted you up to there, did they come with you? What happened with them? Answer. They did not come with me. During the entire journey, we did not speak, we did not exchange any words. I wanted to get to know them, to see who they were. We arrived there, they immediately handed me over, and they themselves returned, and they wished me a long life. This was the entire thing.
Thatë ju kanë dorëzuar.
Question. You said they handed you over. To whom?
po ne
Answer. Once we arrived there at the yard, the women came out, two women that were in those small houses. They came to meet me, greet me, they hugged me, and they were happy to see me there as a doctor. They wished me welcome in the area of Slash.
Zonja dëshmitare, që
Question, Mrs. Witness, to have it more clear, they handed me over. You now explained that you met two women afterwards. Does this mean that they only left you there, you got off the car, and then you met these two women, or that they handed you over to a particular person?
atu pasi më
Answer. After they hugged me, they recounted the sufferings that they had been through from Pristina to Slash. They had come to Slash to save their own lives and those of their family members. So they invited me to get into the house, which they called headquarters. And there we continued about the conversation about the sufferings. At that moment, there was nobody in that headquarters or staff. Question. At the headquarters, after that moment, after you met those two women and talked to them, did anybody come later to meet you? Answer. Yes. Commander Seda came. I knew him from before. We had worked together in the clinic of Pristina. I knew him from before. We had worked in a laboratory together, so I met him there and we greeted each other.
Permanent Commandant Seda.
Question. You mentioned Commander Seda. Can you tell us this person's first name and last name? Answer. Yes. Seydi Veseri. But they called him Commander Seda. Question. How did you realize that this person was a commander?
Po.
Answer. Those women that accompanied me, they said Commander Seda will come here and he will discuss with you the work that you will be doing here. Question. Can you explain us the room or the space where you stayed with these two women? Can you describe it for us, please?
Post.
Answer. The house that was referred to as the headquarters, which I thought was a bigger house, was, as a matter of fact, a small house. It had a couple of stairs. I have seen it myself, so I have seen that part, whereas the remainder I have not seen at all. So there were 3 or 4 or 5 stairs. There was this narrow corridor, and there were 2 rooms, one on the right-hand side and the other on the left-hand side. And we went into one of these rooms. Question, Madam Witness, it's not very clear to me because you mentioned 2 rooms. Do you mean that it was only 2 rooms, or do you mean that there were 2 rooms on each side of the building? Answer, no, it was only 2 rooms, one on the left-hand side and the other on the right-hand side. There was nothing else. Question, thank you. And you told us that you entered into the room on the left-hand side or on the right-hand side? Question, we entered the room on the left-hand side, just a small room. Question, do you remember on how the room looked like? What was inside the room? Answer, the room had nothing. It only had some mattresses on the floor. There was a kind of a cupboard and nothing else. Question, thank you very much, Madam Witness.
The court officer to put on screen one document.
And what kind of document is it?
The document is DSM 00144, is photograph of one house.
Okay, good. Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
Yeah, thank you. Zonia dëshmitare.
Question. Madam Witness, do you see a picture in your screen? Answer yes.
Fotografi është
Question. This photo has your name, a date, and a signature. Is that your signature? Answer yes. Question. In this picture, we see that there is a roof and that there is this arrow that is in red. Do you see that? Have you marked that arrow yourself? Answer yes, with the lawyer, with the defense counsel, Mr. Bonin.
Faleminderit.
Question. Yes, thank you. What have you described in this picture, or what was it that you wanted to show by using this arrow in this picture? Answer. In this picture, I wanted to show that from what I remember, this was the small house that we refer to as the headquarters, but this was from the front side. So from the side windows, I could understand that this was the headquarters, because otherwise I didn't see the building from the other side. Question, thank you.
Pasi që
Question. Madam Witness, I want to talk to you about the time when you arrived in Slush. Do you remember when was it that you arrived in Slush? Answer, yes, it was the 16th of April, 1999. And when it comes to the time, if you are interested about the time, it was about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so this was about the time that I arrived there.
zonja dëshmit
Question. Madam Witness, how do you know for a fact that it was the 16th of April? Answer. You are right, because in the moments of trauma, of stress and of difficult times, the dates are not that easy to be remembered. But I was fortunate enough because I had this war diary, and I marked in that diary the crimes of the few joys that we had during the war. So those joyous moments were very few. But like I said, I have marked the daily events so that I could not forget the days that would pass by. And this is how I know that it was on the 16th of April.
Pasi që u takuat me
Question. After you met with Commander Seda in the house that you described to us a few moments ago, how long did you stay with the commander?
Me komandant Sejde nuk ndajtë.
Answer. We didn't spend a lot of time together. We were with one another for about 15 minutes. It was just a conversation. He asked me, how are you? How was the journey? And he seemed to be very human as a person. And he said that he is grateful to me because there were not too many doctors that would help the cause. And he told me that we are so grateful because other doctors, have not joined us. And it's not that he intervened telling me that this is what you need to do. Instead, he told me that you are a doctor, I know you, and I knew some of his family members as well, and he told me that just go ahead with your work. He assigned a nurse that was there, and I started working there. Question. After having a nurse being assigned to you, did he as well tell you which was the place that you were about to work? What was the location where you would exercise your work? Answer, he did not design or assign a location to me. He just assigned a nurse to me, and he told me that she is the nurse that is going to work with you. And it was the nurse that told me where I was going to work. So the location of my work was in the school of the village. So there was this clinic there, there was a doctor working there before the war. Therefore, that clinic was adopted for the war zone and for the war times. However, unfortunately, before I could even enter the room that was assigned to me, there were patients that were in dire situations. So there were patients coming inside my room, and they would not knock at the door, and they had all different sorts of weird needs. So there were children that were sick of different diseases. So there were patients with cardiology issues. And I was, a gynecologist in profession, but nonetheless I became a general practitioner. So the patients came to see me on the 16th of April. So they came in my own room, not in the clinic. And I tried to keep some order. So I was kind of exercising some pressure as well, just trying to tell people not to come one after the other. But the school itself was about 20 minutes away. There were no vehicles to send the patients there at the school. And we would provide services there where we were, in the room where I would sleep. There was the place where I would provide my services. Question. As a doctor, you have provided medical assistance. Did you have any kind of appliance? And when I say an appliance, I mean the equipment, the medical equipment. So I was just talking about the basic medical equipment, such as the stethoscopes, other necessary appliances. Answer, yes, I had taken my own equipment. So I had the stethoscope, the blood pressure meter. I had taken the necessary equipment with myself. I had my own personal equipment in my bag. But they were just for small services, for small injuries, because if I had to have an operation, a surgery, upon the pregnant women, we didn't have the necessary equipment. I'm talking here about the light medical issues, not about serious medical issues, because there was no echography, there was no other device of this nature. Question. What about the medications? So in that part where you were staying, in that room you were sleeping, and in vicinity of this house that you mentioned in the headquarters, did you have medications? Were there any medicines available? Answer. So in the room that I was staying, it was only my bags, nothing else, because the room where I was staying was really very small. It was a room of 2 by 3.5, not more than 4 meters, because I can measure that from the beds, because there was this bed, so that was about 2 meters, and there was some other small space that was left. So we had 2 bunk beds on the one side and 2 other beds on the other side, and there was a portable bed as well. So it was there that a mother with their child was sleeping. The child was 5 weeks old, and there was another woman that had delivered a baby 1 month ago. So one had a child 5 weeks old, the other a child of 1 month old, and we were staying in the same room. We were sharing the same room. Therefore, in answer to your question, we didn't have any equipment, so we had some basic equipment, and we had this other place that was close by, but I mean, there were no equipments there either. So the equipments were present only in the clinic that was close to the school.
Not Roman cook.
Question. In the room you were staying, in the room you were sleeping into, you said that it was...
Medicamente acasă.
So there was a medical clinic, you said, close to that room. Is that the case?
Was in the room you were staying, in the room you were sleeping, you said that it was a medical clinic. Is that the case? Okay, and now I have the question. Please proceed, Madam Witness.
Answer. In the room I was staying, I mean, that was not a clinic. It was only the beds that were sleeping. But there was this small room. There was some sort of a space where there was a cupboard, that there were ampules. I mean, that's what we had, and that's something that I did not see exactly, but it was the nurse that would go there. For instance, if there was a need for an injection for one of the patients, the nurse would go and would take the medications. I mean, I would recommend, or I would propose that she took a certain medication and she would go and fetch it from there. Question. Today, you told us that in the school there was a clinic that was better equipped. During the days you were in Salih, did you have the chance of going to that clinic? Answer. Yes. On the 17th, the next day, I got up and I asked the nurse to see what the supply was. So there was no war. It was a free area. It was like a day off for me. And I asked to be sent there at the working place. I went to visit the school. The school was about 20 minutes away from the place that we were located, where the small buildings were located. And the school for these acute appliances, I mean, there were some supplies, some donations coming from abroad, and I saw them. However, there were no equipment for operations. There were no medical needers. There were no real supplies for real medical treatments. So there was no supplies, no real supplies there in Salih.
Defense counsel, just for my understanding. Witness, did you go to the school on the 17th of April? Did you enter the building?
Paul?
Answer. Yes. I entered the building. I saw the room. It had a desk. It also had a bed. There was a chair where someone would sit. And there were some other boxes that they had tried to supply, but those boxes were not enough. So we could see with the offensive that all the supplies were used within 13 minutes or 1 hour of war.
Thank you. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Fajm derizonja dusmitare.
Question. Thank you very much, Madam Witness. You said before that you asked to see this small clinic that was located in the school, and you were sent to the clinic. So did you have to ask for permission in order for you to go there? Answer. I was probably treated a bit differently. I was allowed all the competencies. I should have taken the permission, but I understood from the nurse that there are rules in place and we have to show that we had to go there. But like I said, I have not worked for a single day from the school. Instead, I have worked from the room I was staying. I was not asked on where I was going, but I applied the rules like everybody else, like every soldier, because I needed to be in order. Question. Were you specifically told who you had to report to?
Nuk më kanë thonë.
Answer, no, I was not told. But the nurse told me that we had to tell the commander, but there was nobody approaching me telling me, like Seda or Fatmi or somebody else telling me that we have to do that. I was free because I was the only doctor there. I had a mature age and I did not break the rules. Question. When you went to the school, who were you with? I mean, who accompanied you to the school? Answer, the nurse. I worked with a nurse. She was 18 years of age. It was with her only that I went to the school. I didn't have any limitation to say where I was going to.
Infermieria si e ka emrin?
Question, what is the name of the nurse?
Me mu ka punu Bari.
Answer, Barie Veliu is the person that worked with me. If I'm not wrong with the last name, I mean, I think it's her. Question. Madam Witness, during your testimony today, you described this one-story house with 2 rooms. You told us of a small room where you were sleeping, and you also spoke about this other space that is used as a small clinic.
Excuse me. Okay, we are both saying no. Madam Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Maybe we can ask the witness to remove her headphones.
No, even different.
Yeah.
Madam Witness, I will ask the court usher to usher you out of the courtroom. Madam Court Usher, could you accompany the witness out of the courtroom? Thank you. Yes. Madam Witness, you will be ushered out of the courtroom, and in a few minutes we will ask you to come back. I think she understood because she also talks English. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. In the last question, the defense counsel he put a compound question which implied that the witness already established the location of the room where she slept. And it seems from the question that the defense counsel implied that the room where she slept were in the same one-story house with the 2 rooms that the witness initially described. I don't think we are at that stage already, so I think the defense counsel should first first ask questions related to the location of the room where she slept.
My point was a different one. I had understood that in the headquarters, that she was staying there and that she. But okay, I will ask the defense counsel to clarify that. Yeah, where did she stay? Yeah, where did she sleep? Yeah, if that was in the headquarters or somewhere else. Yeah, and please, an open question. And my point was that we are now at page 22, from line 3 on. Your question was, Madam Witness, during your testimony today, you described this one-story house with 2 rooms. To my understanding, that is the headquarters. No, I don't think we have a doubt. You told us of a small room you were sleeping, and you also spoke about this other space that is used as a small clinic. For me, this got a little bit confusing, because what I understood is that she was using her sleeping room as the small clinic, as the place where she would receive patients. So, in my understanding, this is not the right summary of what is her testimony. So I would try to. I don't know what you want to elicit, but this is not a summary of what she has said before. So please take on board the comment of the SPO. So try to elicit where she slept. Yeah? And if you want to know, again, if she worked in her bedroom, I think she already said that. And if you want, so that's not necessary. If you want to investigate or go into this small clinic, what I don't know very well what you mean with that, but I give the floor to you to elaborate on that with the witness. And if you want to comment on what I just said, please go ahead. But if these instructions are enough, we can proceed.
Yes, thank you. The witness today told for one house, old house, with 2 rooms, one with left side and in right side. And based on her, that house, it was HQ. Also, she told us that she slept in another room little bit far from this house.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Can you quote the line? Because maybe
I
didn't hear that, but I can be mistaken or missed it. So if you have a line where she has said that, we can have a short discussion between you and Madam Prosecutor. But I've not heard it.
Yes, I haven't heard that either, Your Honor.
So if your colleagues can help you with that, and if not, we just ask this question.
Yes, I am going to ask from them, because for me it's
No,
a
I
little
understand.
bit, yes,
But you can
thank
also ask her the question. You can ask her,
Of course.
where did you sleep? And then we take it from there.
Okay,
And let
it
me
is better.
see. I'm going to look here at some of my notes. Yes. Let us go to page 14, lines 4 till 10. Do I say that? Page 14. Narrow corridor, 2 rooms. Do you mean that only 2 rooms are? Let us see. Page 18, line. Page 18, line 16. What about the medications? So in that part where you were staying, in that room you were sleeping, and in the vicinity of this house that you mentioned in the headquarters, did you have medications? Were there any medicines available? In this question, you seem to be implying that she was sleeping near the headquarters. But I don't see her saying exactly, the witness saying exactly where that was. So I think it's that the point of the Madam Prosecutor is she has a point. We have to establish this more clearly. Yeah?
Okay, okay. Just also to clarify for that small clinic to call, she mentioned in this part because in line 23, page 18, there was some other small space that was left.
Which page are you now?
18.
Oh, 18. Oh, I thought 23.
Okay, we can continue. Yeah.
I want to proceed. As I indicated to you, I would like you to establish where she slept, to elaborate on the small clinic,
Yes.
which for me, for the moment, is not clear. And then you can proceed. Yes. Madam Court Officer, could you ask Madam Court Usher to come back together with the witness, please? Welcome back, Madam Witness. I will give now the floor again to the defense counsel so he can proceed with his questioning. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Question. Madam Witness, today you described the house where the headquarters was located. Can you tell us how far was the room where we stayed from this house?
Can you tell the panel where you stayed? I mean, where you slept. That's an open question without putting any other information in it. Please proceed.
Okay.
Answer. I slept in the small room that was 3 by 4. It had 2 beds, and that was my place of destination to sleep. In addition to myself, it were 4 other women together with me. It was the nurse and it were 2 or 3 other civilian women that had come from the war areas to get protection there. So that was the place where I was sleeping.
The question was, where did you sleep? So the location. Yeah? Where was this room situated?
Answer. This room from the headquarters, it was on the right-hand side when one would come out of the headquarters. It was about 10 meters, maximum 20 meters, and I remember that from going from the place to the headquarters when I had patients. Question, thank you.
Thank you. Thought.
Question. You said that in the room you were sleeping into, You have also made use of that as some sort of infirmary where you check the patients. In this room where you slept, were there medications there?
Witness, a question from the interpreters. When you speak, could you try to speak a little bit more slowly? Yes? Please proceed with your answer. Thank you.
Nuk kishte mje.
Answer: there were no other equipments, it was only my bags. Question: no, Madam Witness, I'm talking about medications, medicaments, ampules. Answer: that's what I was saying, that's what I meant. It was only my bags. It were my bags that I'd taken from Pristina. So I had the indispensable equipment for very small interventions. So in cases of emergencies and acute cases, it was only my bags, nothing else. And I also had the stethoscope. Question: so in the room you were sleeping, and also in the room where you examined the patients, so there was nothing else, just your bags. So what about medications? Were there medications somewhere in vicinity to that place? Answer: I didn't know that there was that corner up until the offensive broke. So when the offensive started, when the wounded people would come there, and I saw the nurse that she went to another place when I would prescribe some therapy to the patients, but she would bring the therapy there, and I was not interested to go and accompany the nurse while she would go and get some medications. Question: Madam Witness, can you please describe in the space where this house located, where the headquarters was located, how did it look like?
Looked like for me, the space is for me too general.
Yeah, no, okay.
Can you?
Question: were there any other buildings in that space? Answer: in that area, I had only seen the area from the inside. There were 3 or 4 small houses. They had 1 or 2 rooms. I don't believe there were more rooms to the houses because I did not visit them. But at the time of the offensive, I know, because there were patients coming there were wounded people, and there was this house that was emptied and used for that, and we had Socorsopi, Asimveti, and we stitched the wounds of these people, and I know that these 2 rooms were mostly used for us. They were in our own interest, and they were served, it was used for the patients. So that was at the time of the offensive. It was on the 18th. And the 18th was really, really dire in terms of the medical help that people needed.
Madam Witness, please stick to the question and not elaborate too much. The question was, were there any other buildings in that space? Yeah? And then you answer, I had only seen the area from the inside, and there were 3 or 4 small houses. They had 1 or 2 rooms. Is there something else you can tell the panel with regard to the space you stayed those several days? That is the question. All the rest was for now not relevant. So please stick to our questions. Is there something else you can tell us about the space outside? You say, I saw 4 houses, what more?
גם well. Une
Answer, I don't remember. I think there was a granary as well. I don't really remember. There were 3 or 4 houses there in the yard, and I don't remember anything else but those 3 or 4 houses. I never got out in the yard except for the 2 quiet days of the war on the 16th and 17th, whereas on the 18th the offensive came. I don't remember having seen anything else because I was very busy. I had so many patients to examine. There were many people coming, soldiers and others as well, because usually it was the civilians coming from Pristina that were given priority.
Question. Yes.
nu kiste.
Answer, no, there were not.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with your permission, I will kindly ask the court officer to put the document DSM 00147.
What kind of document is it?
It is a blow-up picture of area.
Very well. Madam
Yeah,
Court
thank
Officer,
you.
could you please proceed?
Madam Witness, do you see a photo in the screen? Answer, yes. Answer, the photo is an aerial photo. Is this your handwriting and the signature, your signature? Answer, yes. Question, thank you. Can you tell us, do you recognize this place? Answer, I remember it and I recognize it, but not from this perspective. I remember it slightly different, from a different perspective. Question, could you tell us what does this place remind you of? Answer, this location is the area of the headquarters of the 3 and 4 houses, which you can also see. Those are the houses that were used for the needs of the patients, of the population, the soldiers, for medical needs. I don't know what else to add to this. Question, if you look at the photo from this perspective, can you identify the room which was used as the headquarters from this perspective? Answer, I wrote it with my own hand. I did not see the place. I have not seen the place since after the war, but I think it was the one that I have marked with the arrow. Question, thank you. Could you tell us from the photo, as far as you can remember, from the house that was the headquarters, in which direction from that house was the room where you slept? Answer, yes. Based on the size of the house, I think it is to the left. It is a small house. I was I was not very much focused on remembering the exact location of the building.
Defense counsel, I have a preference that she indicates it with a pencil. Madame Court Usher, could you assist the witness with marking the building? Madame Witness, with the pencil.
Answer, I think it's been a while since that. I might have forgotten it, but I think it is this one.
Madame Witness has indicated a red arrow pointing at a building next to the building that had already been marked by her with a red arrow on an earlier occasion. Okay, thank you for that. Defense counsel, please proceed.
Yes, thank you.
Question, Madam Witness, once more for clarification. The building that you have marked with the red arrow, as far as you can remember, is the building where you slept? Answer, yes. I think so. It seems to be that building.
For 5 days, Zonja Deshmita.
Question, thank you, Madam Witness.
This document from the skin, thank you. Zonja Deshmitare,
Question, Madam Witness. During the time you stayed in Zlash, except for Commander Sediu, did you see any other KLA soldier that had a higher rank, commanding rank? Answer, I did not know them at the time. I knew Commander Seda. I explained and described before how I knew him from the past. I did not know the others. They usually had pseudonyms. I did not know them by their real names.
Your Honor, please just one. Sorry, thank you.
Please proceed, defense counsel.
Question, Madam Witness. When you needed water, where did you get the water from? Do you remember? Answer, we had some barrels. The nurse also helped me. There was a well, but the nurse usually did that, and I didn't. I couldn't do that, and I didn't take the water or brought the water.
A permanent bunor.
Question, you mentioned the well. Did you personally see that well? Answer, no, I did not. I didn't. Question, during the time you were in Zlash, did you see specific building that had guards in front of it or that was guarded?
Nuk ka pas.
Answer, there were no such buildings.
Gjatë kohës sa keni qenë ju në Zlaj,
Question, during the time you were in Slash, did you see anyone being detained, either a soldier or a civilian?
Nuk është nda.
Answer, no one was detained and I saw no one being detained. The civilians from the village came there wearing uniforms and wearing civilian clothes, and the area where we were, that was an area where also civilians had access to. Fatmir Humoli's wife was there with his family. There was no opportunity for anyone to be detained there. There were no such opportunities.
Zonja dëshmitare, ju kujtohet sakt
Question, Madam Witness, do you remember when the offensive in April started exactly?
Ofensiva
Answer, the offensive began on the 18th of April. It began in the morning, and we were informed by the soldiers, not by the commanders. The commanders were busy with their own organization and supplies, and they informed us that we had to be ready because the Serbs were coming in large forces, and then the shelling started on the 18th of April, in the morning of the 18th of April, and we prepared the soldiers on the first front lines, and the medical staff on the second front line, so that whenever somebody was wounded, they would be able to be withdrawn to us.
Approaching 11 o'clock, could you, yes, time flies, could you conclude your questioning so that we can wrap up for a break at 11?
Yes,
Thank you.
Zonja
Question, Madam Witness, on the 18th, when the offensive started, do you remember on that date, in the area where you were, did you see anyone leaving from those houses, persons leaving from those houses, who you did not see up until that time?
nuk
Answer, I was not focused on noticing people who left, but usually the people who visited there, such as Commander Seder. That is the first time also when I saw Commander Salih. So they were using terms commanders, officers. That is where I saw for the first time Commander Seda wearing uniforms, but they were there to defend the front lines, and the others I didn't know, and there are still people who I don't know.
Zonja dëshmitare, në atë hapësirë aty që
Question, Madam Witness, in the area that you described before, was there a barn?
po
Answer, yes, that was a village, there was a granary. I was not focused on analyzing the area. I might have seen it from a distance. I usually kept to the room that was used as an infirmary. I wasn't paying attention to those details.
Gjatë kohës ju sa keni qenë aty, a e keni pas ndalume
Question: during the time you were there, were you prevented from approaching a building? Answer: no.
Faleminderit zonja dëshmitare
Thank you, Madam Witness.
for the have a break and continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. Madame Court Usher, could you assist the witness in exiting the courtroom? We will have a break for half an hour, Madame Witness, and at 11:30 we see you back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Defense Counsel, for your information, you have used 1 hour and 5 minutes of your questioning time. Yes. Very well. We will break and we will resume in 30 minutes. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I will call appearances again, but we are in the same composition. I see also the victim, Solemn and Poes. Very well, defense, Mr. Mustafa. Very well. Then noted, no change of composition. Madame Court Usher, could you please bring Madame Witness in? Thank you. Welcome back, Madame Witness. Very well. Defense Counsel, I will give you the floor to continue with your examination. Could you indicate how much time you think you will still be needing, approximately?
I think maybe 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Zonia Deszmita.
Question. Madam Witness, do you remember exactly how many days you stayed in Slush? Answer. Yes, in Slush I stayed for 3 nights and 4 days, which includes the last day when we were evacuated together with the wounded from the Slush area to another area. So it was in total 4 days. Question. Can you tell us once again on which day did the offensive started within that period you stayed in Slush? Answer, yes. The offensive started on the 18th. In my statement, I had the 18th in my mind, but I had said 19th. But the date is the 18th.
I want to put on screen the statement given to the defense to clarify this 18 or 19.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
Is DSM 00134 up the English version, and DSM 00887 is Albanian version. Albanian version, page 5. And English version, page 6. Zonia Deszmitare.
Question. Madam Witness, after you provided the defense with a statement, was this statement read back to you? Answer, yes, it was read back to me, and I signed it as my statement. Question. When the statement was reread, On page 5 of this statement in the Albanian version, you state that there has been a mistake and that after rereading the statement, the witness says, I spent here also the night on the 18th because the offensive started on the 19th. So I stayed until the 19th of April 1999. Do you remember this? Answer. As I said, I made a mistake with the date. It was 20 and more years ago. The date of the offensive was the 18th. That is a day before the date that I gave.
Fine, Derek.
Question. Thank you. Madam Witness, during March and April 1999, did you ever hear of a name Bia? Answer, no, I didn't. I didn't hear about it during the war, neither after the war. Question, did you ever hear about the name Skifterat? Answer, as for Skifterat, only when I arrived there and when they mentioned the Skifterai zone or area. Not before that. Question, during the time you were in Zlash, did you ever hear someone call somebody else by the name of Bia or Skifterat? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, during the time you were in Zlash, did you hear of the name Salih Mustafa? Answer, no, by the name of Salih Mustafa only when the trial started, when it was explained that Salih Mustafa had the pseudonym Salih. And that's when I realized that Salih Mustafa was Salih. I knew at the time during the war Salih Mustafa only by his pseudonym Salih. Question, do you remember when you saw Salih for the first time? Answer, for the first time I saw him one night before the offensive, and I realized or understood that he was Salih during the day of the offensive. A night before, I saw him just like any other soldier of the KLA with clothing in the yard. We would salute them as officers, whereas on the 18th, the day of the offensive, I came to know that he was Salih. Salih was a very pedantic commander, very able. He had given up his own freedom. Instead of fleeing to Germany or France, he was there to protect the population, to supply it with food and medication as part of the organization of the KLA. So on the 18th, I asked when this great offensive started, when they took up their positions, I asked, who is this young man? And that's when I learned that that was Salih.
Gjatë kësaj kohe, gjatë ofanzivës, a keni takuar përsërit sot?
Question. During this time, during this offensive, did you meet Salih again?
Gjatë kohës
Answer. During the time of the offensive, on the 18th, heavy shelling began. As a medical team, we had to take the injured and prevent them from falling into the hands of the Serbian forces. So we organized to save the lives of the wounded. I did not see Salih. We went to another zone and I publicly thanked Salih and the other soldiers that because of them I'm alive today. I thank them for the organization they provided to save our lives as medical staff, of the civilians, of the injured. They sacrificed themselves for our own safety for more than 18 hours.
Council, just a remark with regard to the translation, maybe a clarification. In line 38, page 38, line 22, it is in the English version we have Salih was a very pedantic, I heard pedantic commander. I don't think that she could have meant that the witness was intending to say that, but maybe scrupulous. But maybe you can ask the witness again how she wants to define the commander. Or maybe my question is enough. What did you mean? What did you want to say, Madam Witness, when you said that he...
tek populli jon përdoret fjala pedant.
Our people uses the word pedantic, someone who is clean, to whom the uniform suits, he was able. So this is what we use in our nation. It's someone like somebody attractive or good looking.
Po pas luftës, a keni takuar ndonjëherë?
Question. Did you meet Mustafa Salih after the war? Answer. I wished I could meet him again and the others as well, but I didn't, and I maybe addressed other people with criticism. Why don't we see these people who sacrifice their own lives for our own lives again? Question. Madam Witness, do you know Fatmir Sopi? Answer. Yes. He was also there, part of that liberation army. But unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, I did not meet him or Fatmir Humoli, who was the husband of a patient of mine. His wife continues to be my patient. I was a gynecologist by profession and also had other political activities, but in general we did not see each other. Question. During the time you were in Slash, did you meet Fatmir Sopi?
Po nga larg, shtu më përshëndet.
Question. Answer. Yes, from a distance, just greetings, saluting, just like with all others. We did see each other from a distance, just like in war conditions, but we did not meet up to talk to each other.
Adem Shehun.
Question. Do you know Adem Shehu?
Po,
Answer, yes. I met him just like with Fatmir, Sopi, Homoli, Salih during the days in Slash. He was also kind of a senior officer, but I don't know exactly his position or title. As I said, I was there for 3-4 days, and I was not familiar with the area and the place we were staying, so I was not in a position to understand who was what.
Rahman Dinin, I didn't.
Question, do you know who Rahman Dini is?
Rahman Dinin,
Answer, I didn't know Rahman Dini, but when the Serbian forces surrounded us and these young men helped us to evacuated us from Zlash to Keçekol. We sheltered the injured. Rahman Dini was also there as an ill person. We sheltered them in a mountainous area, and I learned from the sound of the weapons that it was a Serb forces. He was there with the injured again. He was trying to help, but he also had his health problems. He was coughing heavily, and I would actually tell him, cover your mouth because the Serb forces might hear us. And that's where he told me that I'm Rahman Dini. How come you don't know me? And I said, no, I don't know you. So I did not see him after that. He died after the war. I did not go to pay my condolences to his family.
With my team to see, do I need something?
Very well. Just
Yes,
one question. The statements are still on the screen. Shall I ask the court officer to take it off? Okay, very well. Madam Court Officer, you can take them away. Thank you. Please proceed with consulting with your colleagues.
Your Honor, I do not have more questions for the witness, so I'm finished now. Thank you very much. Zonja dëshmitare, faleminderit.
Question, Madam Witness, thank you very much. Defense has no further questions for your answer. Thank you.
Defense counsel, let us have a look at the clock. Yes. I would propose to have a break now and to start again at, let us see, 1:30. If that is okay for the prosecution's office.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And very well. Before, no, I will first do it differently. Madam Witness, we will have now a break for lunch. Yeah, I will ask Madam Court Usher to escort you out so you can have lunch, and then we will resume again at 1:30, and we will continue till 4 o'clock, 4:15. That's our scheduling for this afternoon. So thank you for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Before we go for lunch, I would like to render an oral order regarding the items that the SPO intends to use during its questioning in cross-examination. This is the oral order. The SPO has requested leave from the panel via email dated the 10th of May 2022 at 9:27 to use 2 newly disclosed items in its cross-examination of defense witness 1600. The material concerned has been previously disclosed on the same day at 18 minutes past 9 in the morning. The panel notes that the newly disclosed items are versions of material previously disclosed by the defense, namely a marked aerial photo, which is DSM 00234, and English translations of the Albanian excerpts of the book written by defense witness 1600. The panel finds that the material is not lengthy and that the defense and victims' counsel have had sufficient time to study it. Further, the defense does not oppose the use of these items by the SPO. Accordingly, the panel finds that the SPO has shown good cause for not disclosing the material previously and authorizes the SPO to use it during its cross-examination of defense witness 1600, pursuant to paragraph 31 of the decision on the conduct of proceedings, which is filing 170. And this concludes the panel's oral order. Very well. Having said this, we are going for lunch and we see each other back at 1:30. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Please be seated. Welcome back. Let me see. I will call the appearances. The SPO is in the same composition. Victims' Counsel's team, true. And the same goes for the Defense Counsel's team. Very well, that is noted. Yes, I already gave the oral order. Before I usher the witness in, something about the schedule for today, for this afternoon. We will sit till 3. We will have 15 minutes break. And then, depending if we can finish with the testimony of the witness today, we have 15 minutes to use extra after 4 o'clock. But if it's going to be longer, then we continue tomorrow, because we have tomorrow and the day after tomorrow as reserve day. So just to see, we will just see how it goes. Very well. Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? Thank you. Welcome back, Madam Witness. I hope you had a good break. We will now continue with the examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor for your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good afternoon, Madam Hadri. I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will ask you some questions in cross-examination this afternoon. Just a couple of reminders. Please listen carefully to my questions. Allow for a break between my question and your answer. And please try to give me exact answers specifically to what I ask. And then, if there is a need to expand further or to go more into details, it will be me asking you to do so. Now, just a couple of preliminary questions before we start. For the record, Madam Hadri, you gave a statement to the Defense Counsel on 27 March 2021, correct?
Oh. Yes, correct.
You were then also interviewed by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office on the 11th of January 2022, correct?
Oh. Yes.
Both interviews, did you do your best to answer questions to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
Yes, I tried my best.
The questions truthfully.
I'm sure I have.
Okay. Madam Hadri, you said today, this was between the end of page 10 to lines 1 to 2 of page 11 of the live transcript, that after arriving in Call, you were taken by soldiers to the zone of Skifterat. And that's where they checked your identity and took all details they needed. Now, was that location where they took your details and checked your ID, was that location a checkpoint?
I don't know whether that was a checkpoint or not, but they received the information on who I was and why I wanted to go to the war zone. They asked me about my name, my last name, and that was it. I don't know whether that was a checking point or not. I was sent to a room and they asked me what's my name and why is it that I went to that place.
I was asking that question because in your statement to the defense, you refer to this place specifically as the KLA checkpoint Skifterat. And this is at page 3 of the defense statement, DSM 00134 to 00147. Do you remember using that specific language? Do you remember saying the KLA checkpoint Skifterat?
That's what I thought. And they referred to the place as Skifterat.
Okay, so to clarify, that's what you thought? You mean that you thought that that was a checkpoint? Is that correct?
I thought that when I was asked what my name was and when the question was repeated again, I took it as if I had to give the answer so that I was cleared to go ahead.
Okay, and again, did you consider that a checkpoint? Because you referred to that with the word checkpoint. So I wanted to be clear about what the place was.
That is what I thought. I don't know on whether the reality was such.
When you say that that is what I thought, my question was, so did you think that that was a checkpoint?
I thought that was a checkpoint. For as long as they asked me, that's what I thought.
Now, you said that this was called Skifterat. How did you know that it was called Skifterat?
I did not know up until I heard them while they were on the phone when they said, hello, it's the Skifterai area here. It's then that I got to know that it was a Skifterai zone.
I understand. So it was the soldiers there who referred to that place as the Skifterat, you said, zone, right?
Oh. Yes. Yes.
Who carried out your identifications and checks. How were they dressed?
They were dressed with a uniform of the Kosovo Liberation Army. They were wearing a uniform.
Okay. And did you know at that time what Skifterat was?
No, I didn't.
The very first time you heard about that term, Skifterat?
Yes, it was the first time that I heard of the name there.
Okay. Now, we heard your evidence this morning. This was the live transcript, page 38, line 17, that while you were in Slash, you saw Mr. Salih Mustafa, whom you said you knew only by his nickname Salih by then. Now, I would like to clarify how many times you saw him and in which circumstances. So let me first ask you, did you see him in Slash 1 time, 2 times, or more?
I think I have seen him 2 or 3 times, not more than that. I saw him on the 17th as an appearance. I saw him on the 18th as Salih, as the man that was organizing the withdrawal of the wounded persons. And it was there that I understood from the soldiers that he was called Salih. So this is when I saw him.
I wanted to clarify it because I think from what you said at page 38 and then page 39, it appeared that you saw him only 1 time. I'm reading from line 17 of page 38. For the first time, I saw him 1 night before the offensive. And then later on at page 39, when the defense counsel, lines 4 to 9, asked you whether during the offensive you met him again, you said, no, I did not see Salih there, referring to the 18th. So now you're saying that you remember seeing him 2 or 3 times. And so one time you mentioned was the 17th. Can I ask you whether this was the first, the second, or the second time you saw him in Slash, the 17th of April?
On the 17th was the first time that I saw him. I saw him from a distance, whereas on the 18th I saw him from closer. It was there that I saw that he moved once or twice. It's not that I counted the movements, but this is what it was. So he got the soldiers together, and probably this is when I saw him moving twice.
So let's go to the first time you saw him, which you said was on the 17th. Can you describe the circumstances in which you saw him? Where? For how long, what he was doing, anything you remember.
I saw him in movement, like many other soldiers that came in and out of the headquarters. So he was coming there and going out. So that's when I saw him. On the 18th, then I was remembered that I had seen this person a day before that. We didn't have any contacts. I have only seen him pass by.
Okay, so when you saw him on the 17th, you said you saw him going in and out, and you mentioned the headquarters. Do you remember exactly where you saw him? From which building, I mean? If he was out, if he was in...
In the yard. And he would go inside headquarters from the yard.
Do you remember any other detail about him, like how he was dressed?
He was wearing the KLA camouflage uniform and with the emblem. That's what I saw of him.
Other detail, like headwear insignia?
He had the red hat on his head, and it was a very beautiful uniform.
Okay, and you said he was entering the headquarters. So did you mean that same building that you had recognized in photos and where you said you were taken initially when in Slash?
Yes. Yes.
Described his uniform, headwear, etc. I understand you did not speak with him at all this time, correct?
No, I did not speak to him. We just greeted one another, like you greet every soldier. So that was a greeting that you would make towards everyone, so just nodding the head.
Madam Prosecutor, just one remark for the record. When Madam Witness talked about the uniform and the emblem, she pointed at her arm. I just wanted to have that registered for the record. You meant you saw an emblem on the arm, part of the uniform? Is that correct? Did I understand that right?
Yes. Every uniform had an insignia, an emblem. They had the eagle and the KLA marking on it. So this is what I remember of it.
Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Madam Hare, so you said this morning that you did not know that his name was Salih Mustafa, but you knew him by his nickname Salih. So I wanted to ask you, how did you know that he was called Salih, that his nickname was Salih?
On the 18th, when the offensive started, we were all in an alert state. So we all had our own positions, and it was from the soldiers that I heard. So because he was very skillful, he was very resourceful, they were very emergent situations, and he was very skillful. And I asked, who is this person with the red hat? And like I said, the uniform was beautiful, and I was told that his name was Salih.
On the 17th and on the 18th, did you see him with whom did you see him, if anyone?
I do not remember. I don't recall. There were other soldiers as well that were moving in the yard.
Did you hear anyone calling him Salih?
I do not remember. I don't know whether I've heard of it, but I was told that he was called Salih. His name was Salih.
And do you remember by whom were you told that?
The soldiers, the day of the offensive, it was a terrible day. It was an attack day. And we wanted to know who was capable of helping the wounded and the citizens. And while we were helping the wounded, we were waiting for the help of other people so that we could organize them and so that we could save their lives. And in that moment, somebody told me that his name was Salih when I asked him of who that person was.
Someone, I understand you meant a soldier.
Yes, a soldier. But they are young men. I didn't know them by names. And I heard of Salih there. I didn't know the names of the soldiers.
When you saw him for the first time entering the building of the headquarters, did you know how was he called? Did you know who that person was with the red hat?
No, I did not know.
Ask then on the 17th or not?
No. I didn't have the occasion to ask because there was no need for me to ask because there were people moving, there were civilians, there were the villagers, so they were free to enter the headquarters. When I asked, it was on the 18th. It was the moment when he got the people together. And this was an occasion where he was on the fore of the development, and therefore this is why I asked who this skillful person was.
I understand. Can we then clarify one part of the SPO interview in light of what you just told us? Your Honours, with your leave, I would like to call up a part 2 of the interview with the SPO where Madam Adri refers to how she learned the name Salih.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can I please have the SPO interview with the RN 10-4548 TRET part 2, and I would need page 15. Madam Adri, you will see the transcript appearing on your screen. I will read the part that I want to clarify in English, and you will hear the translation through the interpretation. So the part that I wanted to clarify was yes, that's actually, sorry, the page before, page 14. I'll start reading from line 16. And we see from line 8 that you're now answering questions related to the first time you saw Mr. Salih Mustafa on 17 April. So from line 16, I will read your answer in relation to where he was and what he was doing is he was inside the HQ and was coming out as a commander. Question, and this was the moment when you greeted him from a distance, is that correct? Your answer, when he came out, we and the soldiers were all obliged to greet the senior officers. Question, I understand that. Was it then when you heard other soldiers calling him Salih? Your answer, yes, it was the soldiers that called him either Commander Salih or Salih. So did you hear the soldiers referring to him as Salih or Commander Salih?
I don't exactly remember, but it might have been the case that they called him Salih, but that was not on the 17th, it was on the 18th.
I understand it's been a long time. I'm just trying to, clarify the record. Continuing with the question in line 25 of page 14, a further question was, so it was then that you heard that on the first occasion that you met him on 17 April, correct? And that you heard that was referring to, you heard his name, Salih or Commander Salih. Now I'm at page 15, reading from lines 2 to 3, and your answer to that was, yes, and that was the time when I saw him. I did not speak to him, I saw him from distance. Do you remember that? And
yes, that's what it was.
Correct?
Yes, like I said, I have only greeted him.
Is it correct that you heard soldiers calling him Commander Salih or Salih? Now, you told us today you don't remember whether that was the 17th or the 18th. Is that correct?
I do not remember, but it was on the 18th when the name of Salih was mentioned. So Commander Salih was preparing the wounded to displace them, and it was then that I saw him and I heard the name. On the 17th, no, I didn't hear his name.
Okay. Of these two times when you saw him, and I guess after the second time especially, did you know what his role was?
I did not know. But all the soldiers, Salih and other persons, other soldiers, were prepared. The idea was to protect us, to defend us, and to make sure that the injured and the wounded would not fall in the hands of the Serbs. And I have myself carried the wounded in order to transport them from within the rooms of the buildings to the open field.
Did not know what his role was. Did anyone tell you what his role was?
I do not know.
Did anyone tell you what his role was in Slash?
No, I don't know. Only when I saluted him, I was told that you have to salute him because he was a superior. So we only saluted like the soldiers would do.
So you were told that he was a superior. In the part that we read from page 15, line 15, you said, in fact, we only greeted him as we would greet a commander. So then my question is, how could you tell that he was a commander?
Albanians, all those that were involved with protecting the civilians, we refer to all of them as commanders.
And was there something about his demeanor, his appearance, that made you salute him as a commander?
I heard a soldier that he's a person we have to salute, that he was a superior, because all the superiors, Salih, Fatmir, we saluted them all. It's not that we separately saluted him. It was a rule of thumb for us to salute the persons that organized the defense and that provided food, to salute them, because they have been taking care of the logistics. So the soldiers would salute them, and as a doctor, I was obliged to observe the same rules as the soldiers. It was a sign of respect. A sign of respect.
And so I understand there were no other times while there in Slash when you saw him. It was the first time on the 17th and the second time you said on the 18th, correct?
On the 18th. No, there has been no other occasion I've seen him.
Madam Prosecutor, just to clarify one thing the witness has said.
Of course.
For the record, page 55, line 9, Madam Witness, you said, all those that were involved with protecting the civilians, we refer to all of them as commanders. But who are you referring to? To all the soldiers? Because all the soldiers were protecting the civilians, but they were not all commanders. So I assume there was a limited group of people who you saluted.
Yes, it was a limited group of people that we would salute. But even if we saw a soldier, a simple person, a simple soldier that was a different person from a civilian, we would salute that person as well. Everybody that is wearing a uniform, we would salute everybody. It was a sign of respecting the uniform as well.
My understanding, for example, as was read out by Madam Prosecutor, page 14 of the SPO witness statement, line 19, I will read it. When he came out, we and the soldiers were all obliged to greet the senior officers. So from that I understood that specifically the senior officers, or as you wish, the commanders, were saluted, but that you were not saluting everybody all the time who was not a civilian.
It was a rule for the superiors, but for the soldiers as well. We would salute them as well, because we wanted to, and we would do that in respect of the uniform they were wearing.
I will leave it for here. Madam Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So I have like a follow-up question about that. Madam Adri, so I understand that civilians would salute soldiers and commanders in sign of respect. But when you said the soldiers were all obliged to greet the senior officers, so did you mean that the soldiers too greeted, for example, Mr. Mustafa with the salute as a senior officer? Is that what you meant?
I have not seen them, but at that moment it was a rule that when the person comes into the area, you had to salute him. So there were moments where probably they knew one another more and probably they didn't have to salute one another. But for us who did not know them very well, we would salute them. So on the 18th, it was clear that he was a superior, and that was what I meant by saluting.
Okay.
It's a moral obligation, that is what I mean.
Yes, I understand. So now I want to move to the location where you stayed in Slash. You said today, there was a page 16, line 4 of the live transcript, that you arrived in Slash on 16 April 1999, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you stayed there for 3 nights and 4 days. This was at page 36, lines 22 to 23. Is that correct?
Yes.
When referring to the time when you were taken to Slash, this was at page 11, lines 23, 24, you said, so they took me by car to an area which I did not know at the time and which was called Slash.
Yes.
Your very first time in Slash?
Yes, that was the first time.
Never been there before.
No, I had never been there before.
Also means that you were not familiar with the village of Slash, correct?
No, I was not familiar. I had not heard of it before, and I was not familiar with it. I had not heard of it before.
And you were not familiar either with the location in Slash where you were taken?
No, I didn't know it.
Okay, so when talking about this location where you stayed, I understand we're talking about a location where you had never been before and where you spent only 3 nights and 4 days 23 years ago, correct?
Yes, yes.
I understand that you were first taken to a place that you called the HQ, headquarters, and then to another room where you stayed and slept.
Yes.
10 to 20 meters from the headquarter building on the right. This was at page 27, lines 10 to 14. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you pay much attention to the outside of the building where you were taken? The one where you slept?
No, I did not. I didn't see it from the outside, only from the inside. I didn't leave the room. I was very busy with the patients, examining them. I did not see it, but I also didn't have much time to go outside the room.
I understand that besides the HQ where you were taken initially and the room where then you stayed and worked, you did not go to other buildings. Is that correct?
No, I did not visit. Only on the day of the offensive, when the wounded were brought, that was when we left. We went to clean the wounds, but we again returned to our rooms after that.
And so with this, so what did you mean we went to clean the wound? Did you go outside or just outside of the room?
Outside of the room where we slept, sometimes we had examinations there as well, but when they were wounded, they could not fit in the room or even in the same yard, so we'd go there and clean their wounds. We would just have them either lying down on the ground or anywhere that there was room for them to lie down, so that we were able to clean their wounds.
You would treat the wounded outside, like in the yard?
Yes, in the yard, but also in the room where we stayed.
The time when you treated the wounded outside in the yard was when the offensive has started, correct?
Mass offense,
Yes, after the offensive started, after the offensive.
So before the offensive, I understand that you took care of the wounded, or actually the people in need of medical care, in the room where you slept.
Yes, in the room where we slept.
Tell us how the situation was in those days. Like from the 17th, when, you actually, from the 16th when you arrived, up until the moment when the offensive started. How was the situation?
It was quiet. There were no fightings. I did not feel that we were at war. The civilians were coming to the area as well, civilian patients. So people were free to move, and there was nothing in particular to be remembered from that period on the 16th and the 17th. However, on the 18th, the offensive started.
Back to the first days before the offensive, what I meant was, how was the situation like for you in dealing with the people who came? Like, was it chaotic? Was it quiet? Did you have many patients? What can you tell us about it?
Yes, as a person, for me, that was very chaotic. We had many patients from the morning till the evening, children, elderly, women, whoever needed medical assistance. We were busy all day long with patients, and we stayed inside most of the time. That is where we also carried out the examinations. We had a portable bed. That is where the patients would lie down to be able to perform the examination. Not interventions, visits.
Before okay.
Yes, all day.
Immediately as soon as you arrived on the 16th?
Yes, since the 16th, when I was told when I needed to sleep, and they showed me the room, that is when the patients started coming. They were not even knocking on the door, and they were helping for the doctor's help. I started immediately offering medical assistance to those patients that arrived there. So we didn't really pay attention to our conditions. There were many cases when I wanted to send them to the school so that we would have an order and be able to provide them with the proper medical help. There were some people who needed acute help. So in our experience, I had to use my own personal experience and assist them with medical care in the room where they arrived. In most cases, we didn't have the opportunity to bring them to the school. It was very chaotic. That was a terrible. You were not able to even sit at a desk or properly examine the patient as one normally would in normal conditions.
So is it fair to say that while in Slash in those days, you were only concerned with taking care of the people who were in need of medical care?
Yes, especially the 17th, when the people received the information that there was a doctor present, immediately afterwards the patients started coming in.
Now, in relation to whether you needed authorization to move around or to leave the location, I want to ask you a clarification. You told us this morning, I'm referring to page 21 of the live transcript. Actually, I will quote what you said. Reading from line 7, you were asked by the defense counsel, so did you have to ask for permission in order for you to go there? And this was referring to when you went to the school. And then your answer was, I was probably treated a bit differently. I was allowed all of the competencies. I should have taken the permission, but I understood from the nurse that there are rules in place and we have to show that we had to go there. So I'm just trying to understand the essence of what you said. So did you mean that a permission or authorization was needed in general, but that in your case, a special, let's say, treatment was allowed because you were a doctor?
Yes, I was allowed because I was a doctor, but on the 17th I did not need to go to the school or ask anyone. So I performed the examinations in that area, so we did not need to go to the infirmary at the school. We carried out the examinations of the patients in where we were.
So you are basically saying that you did not need to ask for anything that day, you just went to the school, and this was because you were there in your capacity as a doctor. Is it correct so far?
Yes, we went there to observe and to see the school so that we could send the patients there as one would in normal conditions instead of having the examinations in the room where we slept. That is why we went to check to see if we had any supplies, whether new supplies needed to be ordered, organize an extra service. So we went there to verify. And for those reasons, I didn't need the permissions. That was normal that you would need the permission.
Okay, so normally you would. Okay. Now,
also, I wasn't familiar with the terrain.
I'll move to a different area. You were shown today, and also during the interview with the defense team, some photos. And you recognize at least one building in those photos as the headquarters where you were taken. Remember that?
The one that I marked with the arrow, I think it is that one because I hadn't been to the area after the war. To my recollection, that was the place.
So yes, today we looked at two photos, DSM 00144, there was at page 15, and then we looked at DSM 00147 at page 31. Now, if you think about the time when those photos were shown to you during the interview, was it easy or difficult for you to recognize the buildings, the location that was shown to you by the defense? And I'm asking that because you mentioned that it was the first time, you had never been there, you had never returned, etc.
It was difficult because they all resembled each other in size, and there was nothing that you could differentiate one from the other. They were all small houses. The houses were made from mud bricks. And I wasn't paying much attention to the houses. I didn't analyze all of the houses.
Okay, I see. Now, I'm asking these questions because in the SPO interview, if you remember, you did express doubts about the fact that, about the identification of the locations on the photos. Do you remember that?
I remember I saw the pictures from aerial view, and I had only seen the inside of the area, not from above. And that is why I had doubts, because they all resembled each other. So based on the roof, I was able to identify that it was either one or the other.
I understand. Let's look at exactly what you said. With your Honor's permission, I would like to call this part where the identification of the photos is discussed in the SPO interview.
Please proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you. This is, I would need, please, on the screens, ERN 104548, TRET, Part 1. I would need page 39, and I will read lines 10 to 20. Madam Adre, you will see the transcript appearing. So we are here discussing photographs 2D, which was attached to your defense statement and which had ERN number, photographs 2D B, and which had ERN number DSM 00147. So the question was line 10. So do you remember what you said to the defense about this photo? And your answer was, line 12, when I was asked where was the house that you saw, the headquarters, and the house where you slept, I told Von Bonnet, from what I remember, because of course things look different from an aerial photograph than when you are there and see them in front of you. I said that it seemed to me that this one, judging from the top, rather the roof, this one was the one that I thought was the house that I stayed. Then the interpreter points out to the house in the middle of the photo, and then you said, line 20, I did say that I wasn't clear. Do you remember that? And is it correct what I read?
Yes.
So did you tell also the defense counsel at that time that you were not sure?
Yes, because I had forgotten the views and the events, and from aerial view it was different. I had not seen the roof, I had only seen the front wall, but I had to give a description of the building. I had never seen it from above.
Express your doubts to the defense.
I was afraid of making a mistake because I had forgotten that view. I wanted to be as precise as possible. It is my principle to be like so, and I was afraid of making a mistake.
We please have the next page of the transcript on the screen. I will read the same expression of doubts. Page 40, lines 4 8. Actually, yes, I mean, I can start reading from 4 to give context, but your answer is at lines 6 to 8. So the question is, and there is an arrow discussing the photo, a red arrow pointing to a building. This is the one you marked in when you were giving, and then you said, I did mark this one, line 6, and I did say that I wasn't fully sure because I only stayed for 2 days there, but I think it was this one. So does this reflect what happened?
Yes. Yes, that is what I said.
Now, do you remember whether your doubts or uncertainty were recorded in that statement, in the defense statement?
Repeated?
I think it was recorded.
Your Honor, I do not read anything in the transcript.
Answer of the witness. I think it was recorded. I read the statement twice.
Okay, so you think it was recorded. Now, I'm asking because in looking at the defense statement, I did not find any record or any mention of this uncertainty by you in the recognition of the location. So let's have a look at that together. Can I have now on the screen DSM 00134 to 00147, and I need page 5, which is the page where your comment about the photos are recorded.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
Thank you, Your Honors. Sorry. In a minute, we will have the statement, page 5, appearing, so we can look at that together. I understand this statement was read back to you in Albanian, correct, Madam?
Yes, yesterday I read it.
In preparation for your testimony, you reread the statements, but what I meant is whether this statement was read back to you in Albanian after being taken in March 2021. Because I think you said that at the beginning. Is that correct?
Yes, it was read back to me.
Okay. So if we look at the central part, where we have photographs 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. So the defense counsel says, I would like to show you some photographs. Do you recognize these buildings? Then there's a list of the photographs that were shown to you, 1, 2, 3, 4. These were 4 photos. So do you remember you were shown 4 photos and no more?
Yes, as far as I remember, yes.
And then I see, yes, I recognize the space. And then there's a discussion about the marking, what the marking are shown, and a description of the building. I do see a correction towards the end of the page where it says, correction upon rereading, the witness states has spent there 3 nights and 4 days. This is the very last line of the statement, and we will go into these corrections later. But so for now, I was just looking at, I was wondering, you said you express your doubts to the defense, but I see that these doubts were not recorded. So is that what happened?
I said that I wanted to be accurate because I wasn't familiar and the events are forgotten and the views, I hadn't been there since I wasn't paying attention to those details even at that time, and I wanted to be accurate. That is why I said it. And even today, even in these moments, I remember those houses very little.
Okay. So I understand only these 4 photos were shown to you?
Yes.
Remember how those photos were presented to you?
I don't remember. I was shown the photos. I think that is how they showed them to me. That was a photo, a printed photo. And then, of course, and then I also marked the photos.
Do you remember whether you were given any description about those photos, for example?
I don't remember.
Or whether you were helped with the identification or description of the photos?
No. I was asked to focus and identify which one was the house, because it's been 20 years since then. The images might change in your memory, and they only wanted my opinion, so that was it.
Did you understand that the images, the photos shown to you, were representing the place where you had been in Slash?
Yes, I thought that that was the place.
Did you feel pressured into recognizing those photos or any of the buildings in those photos?
No, I wasn't pressured. The pressure came from myself to make sure that I wasn't making any mistakes and to be sure that I was identifying the right ones. There was no pressure against me.
And when you say to be sure that I was identifying the right ones, was that because
Yes.
you had in front of you the photos that were given to you were the photos of the place where you stayed?
Based on what I saw in the photograph and based on knowing that I had to give an answer, in the photo, the buildings reminded me of the place where I stayed, where I slept, and the headquarters. Those 2 or 3 rooms. I wanted to give my best recollection because I had also forgotten a little bit about this part. I wanted to be very accurate about the place where I slept.
Okay. So in light of what you said, let me also clarify one additional part of the SPO interview, which refers to this issue. And with your honor's leave, I would call up the part of the transcript where the witness discuss the identification is an additional part at page, part 2.
Please proceed,
Thank
Madam
you.
Court Officer.
I would need again the SPO interview, which is ERN 104548, part 2, page 26, please. If we look at line 3 to 8 of this page, you're discussing the photos. I'm reading from line 6. and you say, I think there was one more. My concentration was to define where I was, because I didn't know, putting some sort of pressure on me to define where I was, but I had forgotten things.
Tu normal, ajo është
That is only normal that I forgot. It's normal to have to forget a place where you slept 20 years ago.
Madam Witness for stopping. I see that the defense counsel is standing. You want to discuss the content of the question, defense counsel, because in that case I will usher the witness out of the courtroom.
No, Your Honor, it's only some technical things because this Albanian version, it is not same page as in English version.
So you're saying the witness is not presented with the same text. That's your point. And what page should it be?
Oh, I need to check that, but I only know that this is not same page.
Okay, but the witness was answering the question and was apparently not in need of further clarification. So it's a pity that I interrupted her at this moment in time. But please give us the right page. Or maybe Madam Prosecutor can do that.
In relation to the Albanian, Your Honors, I don't have the reference because we normally proceed by reading the English transcript and having the translation. However,
Yes.
of course, if the defense counsel wants to put the specific portion as well, is welcome to let us know. But I proceeded in the usual way. That's
No,
why I
yeah,
don't have
not
the
in the
reference.
usual way. What we have been doing today is that the text in English, we would have the same text in Albanian. That's what we have been doing today.
I didn't call the Albanian transcript up, otherwise I would have given also a page reference for that. I called only the English.
Okay. Defense counsel, do you think it's necessary to have the Albanian version? Because I was not under the impression that Madam Witness was having a problem in understanding what we were discussing. Is it necessary to search for the right page? Because I don't see the additional need.
If is this page in Albanian here, and it is not corresponding with English version, yes. But if we remove this Albanian, no.
Okay, then we proceed
Yeah,
in
in
your
this
last
case,
suggestion. Should we
how
wait for
is
each other?
this? Yes.
We have to apply our rules of waiting for each other. I take your suggestion of removing it. Madam Court Officer, could you remove the version in Albanian? Okay, very well. Now, I'm sorry, Madam Witness, that I interrupted you halfway your sentence. Let me see what is the best way to proceed. Now, you were... yes, I think... my concentration, you said, my concentration was to define where I was because I didn't know, putting some sort of pressure on me to define where I was, but I'd forgotten things. And then you said, that's only normal that I forgot. It's normal to have forgot a place where you slept 20 years ago. Was there something else you wanted to add in relation to the question of the prosecutor?
Jo.
No.
Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. Okay, Madam Adri, so we were discussing this specific section. So you said you were concentrated to define where you were because you did not remember. And you told us it's only normal that I don't remember events that happened so long time ago, correct?
Po, edhe atë po një ditë.
Yes, in a day or two, of course you cannot remember everything.
Okay, and when you concentration was to define where I was because I didn't know. Can you explain what you meant when saying I didn't know?
I didn't know because I slept during the night. During the day, I worked, and from an aerial photograph, you cannot tell a photograph taken by a plane or something. So I was trying to focus to see which one was the room where I slept, which was a part of the headquarters, because I stayed there for 2 days, and for those 2 days, it was impossible for me to have remembered every house.
Can you also explain what you meant when you mentioned pressure, when saying putting some sort of pressure on me to define where I was, but I had forgotten things?
I was embarrassed. This was the pressure that I put on myself because I was trying hard to remember the location where I slept. And that's why I said that was like a pressure on myself. Because it was a room where I'd slept for a night too, and I couldn't remember. And that's why I said that.
Later on, lines 13 to 14, you also said, I had been inside, but I hadn't seen much outside. Is that correct?
Yes, that's it.
And so does that mean that you didn't remember many details about how the building looked like from the outside?
This was that one.
Because, I guess that's because you spent mainly time inside, as you told us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you think that was the place, but you cannot be 100% sure?
I have forgotten this.
Now, during the interview with the SPO, you looked again at one of the photos attached to your defense statement. This is the photos that we discussed, marked with 2D, ERN DSM 00147. And then you marked that photo again. So I would like to discuss that photo with you and to understand the markings you made. And with your honor's leave, I would call up that photo.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
The ERN is 104547. Madam Hadri, you will see the photo appearing on your screen soon.
I can't see any photograph in front of me.
It will appear soon. No, I think this is the wrong one. It's ERN 104547. Yes, thank you. This is the correct photo. So first of all, if we can keep it in vertical, and then exactly first, because I would like the witness first to recognize her handwriting. Madam Witness, do you see your handwriting or your signature on this photo, and do you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
Okay. Now, if we can turn the photo one time clockwise. Yes. Now, Maramadri, we see two markings on this photo. Can you explain what they represent? We see a circle on a larger building and then a cross on a smaller building. What does the circle represent? Let's start with that.
Based on the roof that I see and to my recollection, and I'm saying again, I've forgotten that building, I think this was the room where we slept. I never saw it again after that day. I did not focus to remember it. If I had gone there, I would have remembered it.
You're saying the half circle represent where you slept, and then what would the cross represent then?
That was where I slept, the cross. That was when I was asked, was the room where you slept here? I said yes, and I marked it with the cross.
Sorry, so let's go back. What does the half circle represent? Because I understood you said that it was representing the room where you slept.
Yes. From far, I thought first that it was the first one, and later I said, no, it is this one.
The record.
Excuse me, Madam Prosecutor, could you clarify in this sentence which is the first one and this one?
Of course. Madam Witness, you said from far, I thought it was the first one. What did you mean, the first one in this photo? Which building? And you can refer to the markings that you made in order to be clear.
The first one is without the cross. It seemed to me as a place where as I said, it's been 20 years and I've forgotten. And then I saw, and it looked as if it was the other one. I could not remember.
When saying the other one, do you mean, which one do you mean in the photo, looking at the markings?
The second one is with a cross. I was more certain that it could be that one, the place where we slept.
So you're saying that initially you believed that the place where you slept was the one, let's say the larger building on the photo indicated with a semicircle, correct?
No, the house where we slept was the smaller one.
First thought that it was that one, and then you looked better and you said it was the smaller house that you indicated with the cross on the right-hand side of the larger building. Is that correct?
Based on how the exit looks like when I came out, as I remember it, it should be on the right side. This is how I remember entering it.
So in this case, the cross indicates the place where you believe you slept, right?
Yes, where I believe I slept.
Okay. And you said you were not sure about this identification. Is that correct?
Even then, I said as far as I can remember, because I'm not sure without going to the place and see it for myself where I stayed in the past.
So now, what would you say if I told you that that building, the one indicated with the cross, was actually a stable for animals?
I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember it.
We can remove the photo, thank you. I also want to go now to the time that you spent in Slush. You said today that you stayed there for 3 nights and 4 days, page 36.
Yes.
And you had told us earlier that you arrived on the 16th, correct?
Yes, on the 16th, I spent the night in Slush.
This means that the first night you spent, if it's 3 nights, you spent the nights of 16, 17, and 18 April in Slush.
18th, yes.
Then you were evacuated and you left on the 19th, correct?
Yes, yes, we left.
In relation to the 18th versus the 19th, and your memory about when the offensive started, you told us, I wanted to ask a clarification about what you told us today in relation to the date of the offense. So I'm referring to page 37 of the live transcript, lines 3 to 4. You said, yes, the offensive started on the 18th. In my statement, I had the 18th in mind, but I said the 19th. But the date is the 18th. Then on the same page, lines 22 to 23, you said, as I said, I made a mistake with the date. It was 20 and more years ago. The date of the offensive was the 18th. That is the day before the date I gave. So this is what you told us today. You said you made a mistake. Can you tell us how you realized that you made this mistake?
When I went, I read the diary and I based myself on the dates in the diary because during the war I did not remember the dates, but when I went there and mentioned it and checked then in the diary, I realized that I had given the wrong date.
Okay, so what happened is that sorry, let me first ask, when did you do this? When did you check your diary?
It is a fact that I'm in an age when you forget things. I even forget things that happen within a month. So I went to check whether I said the things correctly. I took the diary and read it. As I said, maybe in my mind I had the 18th, but in the statement I said the 19th.
And when is it that you check the diary? Was it shortly after the interview, a long time ago?
Yes, shortly after the interview, that's when I checked and I realized that I had given that date because things are forgotten. You forget things. It was not just that offensive, there were consecutive offensives, and of course, after so much years, events are forgotten.
Looking at your diary, and I will go also later, I will have some more questions about your diary. But for now, besides consulting that, did you speak with anyone? Did you consult anyone about dates that you mentioned in the statement?
I did not consult anyone.
Now, going back, and before we move to the diary, going back to the corrections that you made upon rereading the statement, there were a number related to how many days or nights you spent in Slash. We have the first at page 5 of DSM 00134, 00147. Then we have another one at page 6 and another one at page 14. I was not planning to call up all of these corrections. Do you remember what they concerned?
Yeah.
No.
Can I have DSM, with your honor's leave?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Can I have DSM 00134 to 00147 and first page 5, please? Yes, it's the second paragraph. Ramadri, you see after the question, upon arrival in Slash, where could you sleep? There's another sentence in bold in the second paragraph where it says, that is where I spent one night, and the correction says, correction upon rereading this, the witness states, I spent here 3 nights. Do you see that on the screen? I know you can also read English, okay.
Yes.
So this was the first correction. You remember that. You corrected, it was 3 nights instead of 1 that you spent in the room.
I had forgotten the events, and then I made this correction and said 3 nights. I counted the days just to help myself remember, and I came out with 3 nights.
I will just have some questions about the process, not about the content. If we scroll down the page, yes, the last 2 sentences here at page 5, they say, correction upon rereading the statement, upon rereading this, the witness states, I spent 3 nights and 4 days. And this was correcting 3 lines above where you had said, I stayed here 2 nights. So this is another correction. Do you remember that?
Yes, because at the end, as I was counting how many nights I stayed there, I realized that I had made a mistake. I checked with the date, 16th, 17th, 18th, and there were 3 nights and 4 days, because I myself had forgotten at that time how many days I had spent there.
The last correction I want to look at is at page 6, the next page. Yes, it's the second paragraph. This is referring again to the dates, and the correction says, upon rereading this, the witness states, I spent here also the night of the 18th, as the offensive started on the 19th. So I stayed until the 19th of April. So this was a further correction in the line of the previous ones. Now, my question were related to how were this correction made. Can you describe for us how the process went?
The corrections were made there on the spot based on counting the days, 18th, 19th, 16th, 17th, when I went there. A month later, I realized that I had forgotten the dates, and there on the spot I remembered based on Going back in time, I realized that I stayed there for the 16th, 17th, and 18th, and that the offensive was on the 18th. But as I said, I could not remember these dates right on the spot, and I had to go back in memory to think about them.
The corrections were made there on the spot. So did you realize it yourself that there was a mistake when the statement was reread to you?
I realized because when he asked me how many days you spent there, and I counted them, and there on the spot I realized that I had made a mistake. As I said, a long time had passed between the time of the interview and of that of the events.
It's mistakes that you realized yourself, right?
Paul.
Yes.
Your Honor, I see the time, and I was moving to a different topic, so maybe it's a good time to break, and for our scheduling purposes, I think I have 15 to 20 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. Madam Witness, we will have a break for 15 minutes, and then we will proceed with your testimony. I will ask Madam Court Usher to accompany you out, and in a while we will call you in again. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Okay, then we have a break till 3:15.
Rise. All rise.
Please be seated. I note that we are in the same composition, so we can proceed. Madame Court Usher, could you bring Madame Witness in, please? Very well. Welcome back, Madame Hadri. I will give the floor to Madame Prosecutor. Please continue with your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honors. Madame Hadri, did you keep a diary during the war in 1999?
Yes, I did keep a diary.
Did this diary also describe the days of April 1999 when you were in Slash?
Yes, it includes these days as well. But the problem was that I wrote the diary every 3 days.
See that there is a problem that Mr. Mustafa cannot. He's indicating to his headphones. Are you not? Yes, you don't have translation. Okay, please put on again to see if it's working now. Can you hear what I'm saying in translation? Okay, that will not help us. You are now hearing something in Albanian? And if I now talk to you, do you hear me in the Albanian translation? Very well. Good to see that it has been resolved. Madam Prosecutor, please, if you could check if your question has been answered to where it was required by you.
Of course, Your Honors, thanks. Yes, Madam Hadri, you were saying I wrote the diary every 3 days.
In particular, in the days of the Slash offensive, the dates were mixed up because the offensive happened and we remained in the field for 2-3 days. And we didn't know what was coming next. We didn't even know what day of the week it was, whether it was Friday or Wednesday. And in the day of the 19th, 20th, and 21, there was this summary that I wrote, and I remember that I have written that note in the diary why I was standing. In particular, during that time, on the 18th, on the 19th, the 20th, and the 21st.
Yes, I understand during the offensive you couldn't clearly write your diary every day. What about before the day of the offensive? Like, for example, the days leading to the offensive, April, mid-April, up to the 17th. Did you record what happened in those days in your diary?
Even before, it has happened that the days were mixed up because of the very serious psychological situation, of the stress of the war times, and sometimes even before that, I have put 2 or 3 days together into a single entry in the diary. I've done that before as well, in order for me to make sure that I have covered all the days.
Okay, so let me see if I understand. On some days when you had the opportunity and when there were no offensive, you would write the diary.
Yes. Yes. Times of peace, I would keep the diary day by day.
But in those days, as of the 18th or 19th of April, then when you wrote the diary, you grouped days and what happened in those days. Is that correct?
Yes, after the 19th, 20th, 21st, up until the 23rd, because it was 5 days and we were outside in the open, in the field, in the mountain, and this is how I've put it into a single entry, and I forget it.
Do you still have that diary?
Yes, I have published a book. I have reflected that in the book.
That diary turned into a book. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes. Later, their diary turned into a book. I wanted to give this message for the next generations, to tell them of the sufferings, of the lives, of the crimes. And that was the idea for myself, just to give that message to the new generations so that the war would not be repeated again.
And are you referring to the book that you authored entitled The Crime I Witnessed?
Yes, the crimes I saw with my own eyes. I am a witness of the crimes that were committed by Serbs upon the Albanian population. So I've seen it with my own eyes. It's not that I've heard it from other people. I've been a person myself that has seen with their own eyes in the crimes, in massacres, in the Ashari family massacre, so in Kolic, in the Ahmetai family, where many innocent civilians were killed in Kolic.
So do I understand it correctly that this book that you published basically reflects the notes that you took in your diary?
Yes.
And so you said the diary, and therefore the book, I assume, also describes the days of April 1999 that you spent in Slash. Is that correct? Are those days also in the book?
Yes. In particular, the 19th, the offensive, because there was no place where to stay. It was there that I gathered together for 5 days, from what I recall, whereas for the remainder of the days, usually it was one by one, the notes that I kept in my diary.
Your diary to the defense team or the book?
The books, yes, I have the books with me as well.
To the defense team.
To the defense? No, they didn't ask for them. They just told me that you wrote this diary, and we have also translated those days and some of the pages of your diary, and that you were telling the truth as the things were happening back then.
Okay, so do I understand correctly that you did not give it to them, but they referred to it, that you knew, and they knew that you wrote this book?
Paul.
Is that correct?
Paul.
Yes.
You did not share anything with him, any copy or any diary, anything?
No, they didn't ask for it. If they wanted it, I would have given it. And I have copies with me today. If you want a copy, I have copies of them here with me in The Hague.
Was your diary or, your book used during the interview when you gave the statement to the defense? Was there a copy there that was used during the interview?
No copy was used. No, during my interview, no copy was used.
Didn't you use your diary, your book, to navigate those days, those events that you discussed with the defense team?
The defense team, I thought it would be a short conversation, and probably things were forgotten, and I didn't take the book with me. I didn't see it fit to take it with me. It would have been a good idea to take a copy of a book so that I would have been more exact in what I told them.
But then you said to us earlier that you did, check the book later on after the interview in order to verify the details of what you discussed with the defense, correct?
Yes, because I had forgotten of the event altogether, because if it were not for the book, I would have not recalled anything today. I have forgotten the events, the days, the dates.
You were aware that the defense team that interviewed you was representing Mr. Salih Mustafa in the proceedings before this court, correct?
Yes.
Did you mention also Mr. Salih Mustafa in your book, or Salih?
Yes, I have wrote Salih in my book. So what I told you before, the fact that he was with the soldiers, Salih was with the soldiers, so I have referred to him by his pseudonym Salih. So that's something that is reflected in the book.
For exactly what you wrote about him?
Nothing. Just the superior Salih. Like I was told by the guy that he was Salih. And I have described the uniform, that he looked good in the uniform, the red hat, nothing else. So everything that I told you today is what I have written in the book about him. That's it. It was just 1 or 2 days. It was not much time.
Do you remember how many times you mention him in the book, for example?
I don't remember.
And what you remember is that you mentioned in the book what you told us today. Those details, those encounters, right?
Yes, the same things from what I remember.
Did you remember whether you mention or describe other soldiers that were with him, for example, whether just their appearance or their names?
There were some other pseudonyms, some young guys, Luli, and I have taken them as a symbol of youth, of brave soldiers, and I have thought it fit that it's good to speak about those people, to give a message to the new generation that the current generation has to act in accordance to what the soldiers have done, so that we are prepared and so that we don't go through the same acts of history again. So I have described those men because those men deserved to be honored, to be saluted. So I have described some men.
And my question was specific as to whether you described soldiers or people that were specifically with Salih. What was your answer to that?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't recall that. I don't remember.
Were you aware of the fact that the defense disclosed to the prosecution, to the panel, to the proceedings in this case, only some excerpts of your book?
Yes. This is what I was told. But I was not interested to come here. I didn't want to lose any working days because I work as a doctor and I've spent time coming here. Therefore, I have not been very much interested to come here. I didn't want to be invested in this case, but the defense asked me otherwise. So they told me that they have translated some pages, and they told me that it's good to tell us what the reality was back then.
Yes, we were in fact given some excerpts from your book, but not the entire book. Were you aware of the fact that, for example, the parts of your book where you said you refer to Salih Mustafa were not among the parts that we had access to?
There was 1 day, 2 days, the 18th, the 19th of April. I have gone to other areas of the war in the other days. From Azlash, we went to Lab and to other parts of the country. Therefore, I don't think that I saw him, and I don't think that he is reflected in my book.
Understood my question. What I was saying, so you told us just a few minutes earlier that you did mention Salih in your book, right?
Yes, I have mentioned him.
Refer to that also in the SPO interview. The reference is page 24 of part 2, lines 9 to 23. So that is correct, right? Okay.
Yes.
Was whether you knew that among the excerpts that were given to the parties in these proceedings, those parts where you mention Salih were not there, were not provided to the parties. Were you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
And I understand you would have no objections providing the entire book to the trial panel or to the parties, correct?
Okay, nu kako ndosh.
I have no objection. That's okay.
Before I move to another part, can I ask you whether you could follow the news or what was happening in the rest of Kosovo in the days when you were in Slash? And I'm talking specifically about the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th before the offensive started, when the situation became chaotic.
Can you to repeat for another?
Can you repeat it once again, please?
Before the offensive started, could you follow the news about what was happening in the rest of Kosovo?
It was very difficult to do that because they had a TV set. The women were in their own rooms. I wanted to follow the news, but it was very, very difficult to listen to the news because it was only a TV set and everyone was interested to follow the news. We didn't have internet back then, We had a huge wish to listen to the news, but we could not listen to news.
But when you say you could not, was it because, what was the reason? Why did you say you could not?
Because there was no space. It was just a small room. We could not listen to the news. It's not that we could go into a big hall, into a big room where you could hear the news. It was just a small space, a small room with one TV set, and it was not possible for us to listen to the news. And then the offensive started, and there was no news at the time of the offensive. We only heard of the news from the LAP area, because when it comes to our zone was always on the move. We were only interested into rescuing and saving the wounded. Therefore, I could not listen to any news for 4 or 5 days. So I was interested to know whether the members of my family were alive, but there was no way for me to find that out.
Small TV set there where you stayed. Was that functioning?
Not in my room, not where I was sleeping, but in the other room where the man was staying, there was a TV set there, I think, and we could not listen to the news.
Well, I wanted to ask you a clarification about this in relation to what you wrote in the diary. If I can call up, Your Honours, with your leave, the relevant part where this is discussed.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed as soon as you have the references.
So in the Albanian, the page is, the Albanian version of the book is DSM 00236 200299, and I need page DSM 00245, while in the English translation of this excerpt, the ERN that I need is DSM 00242 to DSM 00246 ET. And the same page, it's where the relevant excerpt is DSM 00245. Madam Adrines, in a minute you will see the original of the book and then the translation appearing on your screen. Yeah. So we have here an entry related to Saturday, 17 April 1999. I will read from the last paragraph of the English, and in the Albanian you can also follow at the very bottom of that page. I'm reading the last paragraph. Barie Veliu woke up shortly after me. We are at the 17th of April. We went out to the backyard and drank some tea. It was cold, and we headed inside, into the room with the TV set. We heard the morning news announcing that the day was the biggest exodus of Kosovans towards Kukës.
Kosovo.
Yes, do you remember that?
Yes, I do. And I think that was the day that we watched the TV, and then we didn't listen to anything or watch any news at all on the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. So that was the calm day that I was talking about.
In which you could follow the news for obvious reasons.
Just one occasion, one case.
Now I'll move to a different topic. Today at pages 33 and also, page 33, lines 16 to 19 for the record, you indicated that in Slash there were no buildings with guards and that you did not see anyone being detained in Slash. However, you also told us that you did not visit other buildings apart from the one where you were staying and receiving patients, and apart, of course, from the HQ at the beginning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 29 of today's live transcript. So how can you be sure that there were no detainees held in other buildings if you did not visit these buildings one by one?
The yard was small. It was not more than the space that is here. And there were no traces, and actually you could see the people moving if the door of the room was open. There was no point to go outside in order for you to see what was happening around.
I understand about the yard and the fact that you would see people moving in the yard. But my question was different. So you told us you did not visit other buildings or all of the buildings that were in that location. Is that correct? Let's take it step by step.
Yes. Yes. There was no point for me to go there because I was working.
You did not enter all of the other buildings, and I mean enter, inside to look what was happening inside. How can you exclude? How can you say that there were no people being detained anywhere there?
There could not be anyone because the space was very small. It was a small place.
Small place, whether those were many or little. Did you visit them all?
No, I did not visit them all.
Okay, so how can you exclude with so much certainty that there were no people detained in that location?
I am telling you again, based on the space, because the place, like I said, was very small, I heard nothing because the noise itself would be echoed and you'd hear something if something was happening. There was this room for the women, there was the headquarters, and there was this other room where the men would stay.
So when you say the place was very small, you're referring to the fact that the two rooms you visited, first the one of the men, the headquarters, and then the room of the women where you stayed, were very small. Is that what you're saying?
The rooms were small, they are close to one another. We are all in the same place.
You were busy all the time with people in need of medical attention, correct?
Yes, yes.
So the basis of your answers about no people being detained there is based on the fact that you did not see any such detainees in the rooms where you stayed, in the two rooms that you visited. Is that correct?
That's correct, because when you said if I have seen or if we've heard anything, we have not done that. We have not heard, we've not seen. I'm convinced because if it's a question of noise, the noise would be heard because the space was small, like I said.
You stayed in one room where you were busy for the whole day with people in need of medical attention, right?
Yes, on the 17th.
You had no time of opportunity to verify what was happening in the rest of the buildings which were in the location.
No, there was no opportunity because I didn't leave the room. I was busy with the patients.
Do you know someone called Ibadete Kanoli Katsiu?
I did not know her then, at the time. I knew Ibadete during the offensive when the shells fell at the school, and I was making sure not to be hit by by the shells, and so we went to a nearby field close to the school. That is where Ibadete came. I didn't know her name at that time, but I learned it later, and she took the soldiers so that she could provide them with a medical assistance that then I was able to provide there at that time.
Timing, sorry, let's go first location. So in terms of location, you said you met her at the school, I guess outside of the school, correct? In Zlash. This is the school in Zlash.
Yes, in Zlash. During the offensive, on the day of the offensive.
Was when you left the location where you were sleeping and working. That is on the 19th, as you told us. Is that correct?
Yes, when we left.
Because of the offensive, the shelling, you left the location where you were staying. You moved down to the school, correct?
Yes, we moved from the school.
Were at the school at some point on the 19th.
We were at the school. We were treating the wounds. We treated the wounded until the shells started falling on the school, on the roof of the school. So that is when we were forced to move because our lives and the patients' lives were in danger. So we were forced to move them to a nearby field and treat the wounds there.
And that's, is that the first time you met Ibadete Kanoli?
Yes, the first time was where we stitched the wounds of Osman Gashi. They came, the soldiers came, and they evacuated him. Ibadete asked me who I was. I learned who she was later on. I was very impressed that she asked me, and I told her that I was the doctor. And the soldiers, she told me that the soldiers would bring that patient to another location. She only asked me who I was. No. No, because it was a difficult condition. We were more focused on how to leave that area because we were being shelled. So the school was destroyed during that occasion.
What did you know of her when you met her and she asked about your name? Did she say anything about herself, leaving aside the name?
I didn't know whether she was a nurse, whether she was a technician. I knew that she wasn't a doctor because I know doctors from my generation, but I thought that she might have been a specialized nurse from a nearby hospital. I wasn't very familiar with the zone at the time. In the evening, the person whose wound I had not completed stitching, I asked him who was that girl that helped me with your wound, and he told me at the time. And so from then on, I had no contacts with her.
How you learned about her name? when this person told you who she was?
Yes, that is how I learned her name when we were stitching the wounds, because I had not completed stitching the wound to that person. But I didn't know her last name until recently. I only knew her name at the time, and I learned her last name much later.
You know whether she was a nurse or a soldier helping out or a medical professional? I understand you don't.
Nuk e
Right,
dija.
okay.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know that at all.
You, yes, you did not know her last name until recently. How did you learn it recently, and why? In what occasion?
Mësova atë ditë kur ishim në
I learned it that day when you interviewed me, and I didn't know. Mr. Cesar asked me. I told him that her name was so and so, but he told me the last name. So that was the day when I learned her last name.
During the SPO interview, okay. And do you remember how she was dressed when you met her at the school in Slash?
Jo, nuk.
No, I don't remember. She was wearing civilian clothes.
Okay. I'm moving to the last set of questions, and then I'll be done.
Madam Prosecutor,
Yes, Your Honors.
for planning purposes, because we will not be finishing today with the examination of the witness, we will continue tomorrow, and that means that I will not ask the interpreters to continue after the normal time of 4. So please, in your continuation of the questioning, take into consideration that in 10 minutes I would like to wrap up for today.
Yes, absolutely, Your Honors. I will wrap up in 10 minutes. Thank you. Madam Adri, you gave your statement to the defense of Salih Mustafa on 27 March 2021. How did that happen? Were you contacted? Did you contact them? How did it work?
Jo, mund ka.
No, they contacted me by phone and asked me if I was Teuta Hadri, whether I wrote a book, and whether I was willing to testify that they represented, that they were from the defense, and whether I was willing to testify in the case against Salih Mustafa, that I was there in that area, and of course, as a citizen, I felt obliged to speak about that, and I accepted that.
After giving the statement, did you discuss with anyone the content of that statement?
Jo, kur jo.
No, I did not. I did not discuss it because I'm a public person, and I think our people do not understand the court very well, and that is why I did not discuss it. I, in fact, wanted to see the people who were soldiers before, but I did not, who were soldiers before, but I didn't discuss it with anyone. I had the need to discuss it because I had given the statement.
The content of the interview with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. Did you discuss that with anyone after the interview?
Pas kësaj me familje.
I spoke about it to my family members because, of course, when I gave the interview that day, I had patients. I have still patience, even though I am here testifying, publicly testifying. I have not made it public, but of course I told my family members so that they are aware of my testimony.
Except your family, besides your family members?
Pajondul me sigurit, da je
Well, of course, if you are a public person, those things become known. The contact with the counsel, with the interpreter, asked me. I did not give. I tried not to make it public or speak about it publicly too much.
Okay, but so your answer is that a yes or a no? Like, I understand you spoke about it with your family members, and I understand once matters are public and your testimony is public, people would know. But my question was, did you discuss specifically the content of, I was referring to the SPO interview, but
No, not to anyone.
that includes also the defense statement. Did you discuss specifically the content of that evidence with anyone besides your family?
No, I did not discuss it with anyone.
And have you expressed any views about this court in the past, including in the interviews?
What do you mean, opinions, views?
Views about the Kosovo Specialist Chambers and Specialist Prosecutor's Office.
That the courts will judge these cases. Of course, such was the prestigious court in The Hague. I didn't have any reason to discuss this with anyone.
Okay, then without calling up the transcript, I will, if Your Honor agrees, just put a question to the witness to ask an explanation regarding what she previously said about. There's no need to go with the transcript.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honors. Madam Adri, then if you remember when during the SPO interview, you did say something about what you believe, how you believe the court would work. So I will just read that to you and ask for your explanation. That's all I need. The line that I refer to is at page 25 of part 2 of ERN 104548 TRET. And I just want to read you line 16 and 17 when you said, I believe that these specialist chambers won't work fairly, and they have to listen to the soldiers and not to listen to the suspicious people. So can I ask you what you meant when you said that this court will not work fairly?
No, I think that should work fairly. I don't remember saying that it will work unfairly, and that is what I think, and that is what it should do, and it's true. You also have false witnesses who are interested in either getting a visa to move to France or somewhere else. I also worked in the Council for the Defense of Human Rights and Freedoms. People were giving false testimonies there as well, and that is what I meant from that perspective, because the judge has to work fairly, and that they should be aware that there will also be false witnesses. That was the context in which I have said it. I don't think that I should have elaborated more on that, but now I am elaborating on that view.
I understand that you don't remember saying that it will work unfairly and that you meant that this should work fairly. Is that correct?
I meant to say that it should work fairly and analyze well, because as I said, I just mentioned that people came to the defense of human rights and freedoms without being pressured by anyone, either by the Serbs or anyone else. They came and gave false testimonies. I didn't say that it won't work fairly, but that it should work fairly. I don't know whether that was interpreted correctly.
You have the audio-video recording of the interview, so we can easily proceed with the verification of the language you use. So there's no problem about that. Thank you for the explanation.
I see that the
I might have misspoken.
ending. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I am reading in Albanian version.
Wait. Are you going to discuss the content of the...
Yes.
But then, as...
Yes.
Okay,
Or we can leave that for tomorrow.
I think that's better because I'm under the impression that it will take maybe a little bit more of time,
Yes.
because the witness has to be ushered out, ushered in.
Okay.
So we leave it there.
Absolutely. Your Honors, then that concludes my cross-examination. Madam Adri, thank you very much. I don't have further questions.
Thank you.
Specific point tomorrow, or it can be done in the examination by the defense. Let me see. We will do now. Thank you, Madam Prosecutor. We do before we wrap up for today an estimation of the time we need tomorrow. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. I think I have two topics that I'd like to discuss with the witness. It's not going to be as fast as the last time, so maybe 10 to 15 minutes max, depending on the answers.
Very well. Thank you. And
Thank you.
the Defense Counsel, tomorrow, would you like to ask questions to the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I think 2, maximum 3 questions.
Okay. Very well. Then, for now, Madam Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? Madam Witness, tomorrow we will continue. Oh, please put on your headphones. Yes.
Okay. Maybe
Yes. Tomorrow we will continue, but for sure it won't be longer than a session of 1.5 hour, and I think it will be substantially less. So thank you for today. I remind you that you should not discuss your testimony you have given today in court with anyone, and I wish you a restful evening. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. And Madam Prosecutor, is there anything you would like to raise with the panel at this point in time?
Nothing further, Your Honors. Thank you.
Thank you very well. Victims' Counsel?
Just the email that I sent about being able to use certain documents, that was okay? Because
you will receive an oral order on that,
course.
But yes, you will receive an oral order, but I can, in summary, it will be a yes, so you don't have to, but the oral order in its completeness will come tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Defense Counsel?
No, thank you. No.
Very well. We will resume tomorrow, 12th of May at 9:30 with the continuation of the testimony of witness 1600, and then we will continue with witness 1700. Yes? Thank you. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.